No monstrosity? No, I don't care enough to make a monstrosity. It takes a long time in this game, so. All right. Let's do it. I'm gonna do a little stretch. Okay. Yeah, so we are gonna have to fight. We are gonna have to fight Gundyr and Vort with just a normal weapon, but we can get the Great Scythe pretty quickly. I could cheat it in, but I don't know. I kind of prefer to just get the weapon like the intended way, as long as I can get it fairly quickly. I'll be honest, chat, I don't think I did that right. Oh, fuck off. Not, not the best Gundyr fight. But hey, you know, no hit. Alright.
Ashen one.
Yeah, I'm gonna also buy a torch, even though might be unnecessary. Shit, did I grab the first bonfire at the start? I don't know if I did. It's probably fine. Alright, so we trade these fire bombs for a large shard and a chunk. Will help us out later a little bit. And we'll get the Silver Serpent. How many playthroughs of Dark Souls games have I done? I don't know, man. Thousands at this point, probably. You know, at least we can do the... I'm so happy that we have the new ladder tech. It's so much easier to do the ladder, like the ladder skips. What's up, Auntie? I don't know if I need the raw gem, but I figured I might as well grab it. I didn't really do too much in LA. Like we went to a few like food places and stuff, but that's about it. This game is very loud. It really is. I don't know why I'm grabbing this, actually. You burned out on Night Rain? I'm not really sure what you're asking, like... I don't know if I'm burned out on Night Rain, I'm just... not playing it.
Are you very careful? This is if then
I did the new boss in Night Rain yesterday. Don't really care for it that much, to tell you the truth, though. Like, can't wait for this run to be a YouTube video after 4 months. No, it won't take that long. Whenever Everdark Libra comes out, I'll definitely play Night Rain a decent bit again. I don't know. The Everdark Augur fight is kind of whatever. I'll probably do it a little bit. I'll probably do like a few more attempts on it, but I didn't really like it that much. It was okay. Like, I definitely can see why... I can see why people don't like it. It was a good fight. Also, a lot of you probably don't know this, but when Vort is charging his frost attack, if you hit him in the head, I don't know if it needs to be with the charge R2. I think it does. But if you charge R2 his head, you can riposte him. Basically just like instantly kills him. Yeah, it's like it's the only way to riposte him. Only if you hit him in the head during the frost attack. Yeah, he does die quite fast. If you're using like a really shitty weapon though, it can be pretty big, actually. Yeah, we can get the Scythe now. I love plunge attacking those dogs. So satisfying. I kind of want to grab this. This charcoal pine. You hate this area so much. Dang, dude. It might be better for me to just go this way first. I actually like Undead Settlement. Man, Spook is so... The fact that they give you Spook as like a starting class thing, a spell, is insane. It's actually so crazy that they did that. Starting class thing spell. Yeah, you... Words are hard, man, alright? Honestly, I think DS3 is like one of my favorite games for just chat, like meme runs and... Man, these guys are tanky though. Okay. One of these guys dropped. I'm getting fucked up. What's up, Winds? One of these enemies drops the Great Scythe, right? Is it the guy on the bridge? I didn't skip the Scythe. I'm gonna go back. Dude, I always, like, it always takes me a second to remember the fucking... the quit out. Because it's different in every game. Nice strat. Yo, Noir, thank you for the 4 months. Postle Schmossel, thank you for the 29 months. Alright, let's see. Maybe we'll get lucky. Yo, what's up, Elo? Come on, baby! Nope. Alright, I want to kill that guy, but... Where's Scythe? We're working on it, alright, man. I'm working on it, dude. Yeah, it was nice to meet you at the event, Elo. Yo, Zaduja, thank you for the 7 months. Holy shit. Oh, it... Wait, I'm not offline on Steam. Wait, is it set to play? Why is it set to play online? Great Scythe is in settlement. Yeah, I know. I know, okay. I mean, I'm down to farm the Great Scythe, but we should probably get some coins and upgrade, like... We should probably use the Scythe to farm the Scythe, you know what I mean? Also, I shouldn't have grabbed this charcoal pine resin before. It's okay, though. Wait, is this a Titanite shard? I think it is, right? Alright, I'm going for the soup. Soup strats, chat. What is this item in here? Alright. Excuse me, coming through. We got it, chat. Oops. I keep trying to two-hand with like the Elden Ring inputs. It always fucks me up. Finally a Scythe. Yes, yeah. I think we can do Great Wood. I don't know. I don't want to fucking have to run back here, but... Nice hit. Fire is really good for this guy, so. Oh, come on. Nice. Where's the difficulty? Bro, you're watching somebody who's played this game 1,000 fucking times. Sorry. God damn it, I keep doing it. What are the stats for the other Scythe? Corvian Scythe? 16-8. Gonna get a tiny bit of health. Kind of probably unnecessary. You were being sarcastic? Okay, that's... I mean, that's fine. Okay. We can try... I mean, I don't know, chat. Do we go for the Corvian Scythe? Do we try? I mean, I know you guys say it's really good, so I'm kind of curious. Oh, the bleed proc. %2 drop rate. It's fine. Let me pop my coin. Boom. First try, baby. Just cheated in. That's cheating, though. Why do you need a second Scythe? I mean, I don't need it. I'm just... People... Chat... Okay, listen. Chat was telling me the Scythe is really good. Okay, so... I don't think I've ever used this Scythe before, so I'm kind of curious. Never trust chat. We could go get the... Yeah, this is like the freaking wooden hammer all over again, chat. Why not just use C to get this weapon? Because... Don't you... What is with this mindset of just not actually interacting with game mechanics? I don't get it, man. Yes, I could cheat it in. But don't you want to work? Don't you... Don't you want to work for the item? Feel like you've earned it? Because this is boring to watch. Yeah, but think about how epic it's going to be when we get it, though. He's gonna use it for one boss, then go back to Great Scythe. Well, the thing is, I do want to switch to Frida's Scythe later in the run, so... Yeah, whatever. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it soon, chat. Wonder if there's any other coins I could pick up. I think there's some gold coins somewhere. Can't remember though. Yeah, I could get the Crystal Sage's rapier. That is true. That's probably what's gonna end up happening. We're gonna keep failing, and then we're gonna go for the rapier. Just one more Corvian and you'll get it, chat. Yes. Dude, chill, bro. This one was a fighter, true. This is the one. This is the one. It was not the one. Maybe we should kill Crystal Sage, though, and get the rapier. That's not a bad idea, honestly. It's not a scythe, yeah, but we don't attack with it. We just hold it in our other hand, and it makes us smarter and able to find more loot. I used 2 of my coins. I can't remember where you get the golden coins from though.
What? Pretty big.
Well, very then. Farewell, Ashen Maiden.
Oh, and I use cheat engine to give the scythe to me because I like to actually. I don't know. It's more satisfying for me. Like if I can get it legit, why not try? I mean, if it's gonna take hours, sure, but it's not that bad. Ouch. Wait, what? Okay. Nice. That actually wasn't too bad. All right.
All that and can. Oops. Nah.
All right, time to try again. It works even, yeah. Wanted to make sure. There is a second Corvian that I could kill, which has a scythe. Which, like, maybe that's worth doing. The problem is, I don't know, this other Corvian's just gonna, like, fucking kill me. Hold on, let me buy some more bones, I guess.
Ashen one.
We could kill 2 and then bone back, I guess. Oh, come on! Fucking shriving stone? I thought that was it, dude. Hey, Kenozuke, thank you for the 53 months. Honestly, this is pretty efficient, though. We can kill them in 4 R1s now, as the bleed proc. This is, I feel like this should be quick, this should be pretty quick. Why not use Dark Sign? Yo, look at that! We got it! Easy! All of you non-believers. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I do need to restart my game, though. Because we're online on Steam, which means I'm gonna get invaded. Which I don't want to deal with. Come on, Steam, fucking go offline, please. Turn the drop rate mod. Okay, yeah, very funny. It didn't even take that long. Yeah, if you're online on Steam, you'll get invaded by, like, there's a few different NPC invasions that can get you. This fucking game, dude. I like how he's like behind me, and then I turn my camera and he's in front of me. I hate this fucking game, dude. What an idiot. Now that's a scythe. I'm probably dead. Never mind, we're fine. Oh. Look at that fucking door. Wow. I just do all remembrances in Elden Ring. Because, yeah, doing actual all bosses is just... It's like fighting every boss fucking 5 times each. My, like, camera sensitivity is too low. Streamers don't care if the stream gets interrupted for viewers because of ads. Well, almost like you can subscribe to the streamer that you watch all the time to not get ads. Crazy idea, I know. We're gonna break off his leg, chat. Ah. Hey, Alpha Marshawn, thank you for the 23 months. The Bright Comet, thank you for the sub. Stewie, thank you for the 26 months. Yo, Jockey B, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you, man. Alright, time to upgrade this bad boy.
What? Oh, it would. Ashen one.
That is what?
I don't know if I should make it sharp yet, but we can get a bit more dex now, so...
Ashen.
Welcome. Very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One.
Oh yeah, it does have S scaling. Wow, look at that. That's crazy. Okay. We gotta go kill Abyss Watchers. Isn't the Scythe a rare drop? Yeah, we farmed for it. Didn't take that long. It's weird though. I feel like my game feels a little like, I don't know if I'm just tripping, but it feels slightly, almost feels like there's a slight input delay or something. Feels strange. I mean, it's fine. I don't know. Does this charger to have a follow-up? Oh, it does. I was gonna say, he's got a stagger some. We getting a DS3 remaster? I hope not. Or I mean, I don't know. Like, I guess if it's being done by a different team, there's no harm. But, I don't know. Dark Souls 3 is fine. I don't really feel like it needs a remaster. anything like that. The thing about Dark Souls 2 is that, like, if they were to make the controls of Dark Souls 2 similar to the other games, then it would, I don't know, like, the game is, the movement of the character is kind of like a balance to the bosses, in my opinion. Like, if you had the mobility of, like, an Elden Ring character in DS2, the game would be so much easier. Oh, you bitch. Oh. Oh my god, bro. Come on! Oh, that's so unlucky. I mean, I was greedy, but... Dude, the fucking ad just... Or the summon just went absolutely apeshit. I could not breathe. I dodged like 7 attacks in a row there. Brother. Are you fucking kidding me with this shit? Hey, Legoise, thank you for the 10 months. Sandaimai, thank you for the 62. Pink Tiger, thank you for 11 months. That was such good RNG. Can you follow up the weapon art on this? Not sure. No, I'm not having any stutters. What's up, Blanks? You get any good runs last night? How did I fix the stutters? I downloaded a program called Park Control, which basically makes it so like all of your Okay. Sorry, I was kind of getting destroyed there. It makes it so all of your like CPU cores are active and they don't get like parked. Apparently the stutters are because of your CPU getting parked or something like that. And my game, I gotta say though, my game feels... I don't know what's wrong with it. Like, maybe I need to go into my NVIDIA settings or something. It just feels, like, weird. I really don't know how else to describe it. Oh. Nice peach ring. It does... What? Oh, the only thing this ring does is give you 3 decks. Maybe after this boss fight, I'll check my, like, NVIDIA global settings, because... I don't know, man. The game, it just feels... The game feels really weird. I don't know why. I'm gonna do Demon Souls remake. Goodbye. I'm gonna do the False Depth Chalice Dungeon for the Burial Blade. I think that'll be more fun since we're actually getting it legit. Also, cheating it in is kind of a pain in the ass. Maybe it's easy if you emulate. It's easier if you're on emulator, but I don't know. Because if you're on console, you need to transfer your save data to your PC and then edit the save data with a hex editor that you have to pay for, mind you. And then you have to transfer the save back. I don't know why I'm taking this fucking ladder. We have spook. That's okay. Yeah, it's called like the PS4 enhanced save editor, or some save wizard, some nonsense. I don't know. I gotta get down. Fuck him up. Fuck him up, Skellies. Teamwork! Oh my god, he's killing all of them. Get him, Skelly boys. Yeah, the Mimic is pretty good. This guy drops a 20k soul, so it's kind of nice to kill him. Okay, you know what? I'm going to... I'll try to game chat. I don't know what's going on, but... The game just feels really weird, and I don't know why. Gosh. He's out. Chill. Fuck is happening? Okay, let's see if it runs a bit better now. Oh yeah, that's so much better. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, so like I think Nvidia tries to like auto-optimize settings sometimes. I went into my 3D settings in my control panel and I just set everything back to default and now it feels like 1,000 times better. It's so weird. I don't know, just some... Like I'll go into my settings and I see that there's like a bunch of weird options on. I think when I update my Nvidia drivers, it like changes them or something. I don't know, man. But it feels like 1,000 times better now. This fucking guy. He should fall off, yeah. Oh my god, dude, the game oh. I don't even think like the game, it was like I was playing in fucking slow-mo or like molasses or something, dude. It felt like I could just tell something was wrong. Just like moving the character, it just didn't feel like my inputs were being translated to the screen properly. Just so strange. Is my PC old? No. Alright, time for big levels, chat.
Ashen.
What?
Well, then farewell, Ashen One.
Not even 40 dex, I know. Look at the scaling on this weapon though, plus 178 damage. That's fucking crazy, dude. Holy. You have a question about Recluse and Night Rain? When I try to use their skill to siphon mana on some enemies, it doesn't work. You have to like apply an element to the enemy for it to work. Dude, oh my god. This thing is okay, you guys were not wrong. This thing is kind of crazy. One shots an old woman, this weapon is crazy. Yeah, but the damage though. Also, you can headshot Dancer. I'm gonna try to get the headshot. Ouch. Kind of hard to do it with the scythe. Okay. Dude, I still know. I don't know what makes her end her Or whirlwind early. Alright, I'm just healing 1,000 times, chat. I want to headshot you. Hey, maybe the head swipe. Well, that was a bad idea, chat. I poised through her, like, move, and it just instantly killed me because of that. Alright. Honestly, I think if you want to headshot her, you have to do it in before she, like, switches to the whirlwind. It's also really hard with the Scythe. Some weapons are so much easier to hit her in the head with. Yeah, we can try. Alright, just chill. Just chill. Let me hit you in the head. There we go. Oh, yeah. Woohoo! Oh, shit! That damage. Hey, too nice. Thank you for the 25 months, man. The game sound is too low compared to your voice. Is it? Or am I being one guide, chat? I feel like people were saying it was too loud earlier, man. I know. You can never win. Hey, England blew a 13 colony lead. Thank you for the 33 months. Magatsu Dante, thank you for the 34 months. Right, I'm thinking we get our weapon to +10 and then we go for Frida. I am gonna upgrade Frida's Scythe to max. Honestly, the Corvian Great Scythe is probably just better, but Frida's Scythe is cool, so I want to use it a little bit. Why did I choose Scythe? It's just what I had planned. I would like to do like a dagger only marathon or like a katana only. There's a lot of different weapon types we could do runs of, but Scythe was just the one I wanted to do at the moment. Katana only is not a challenge. It's not really about it being a challenge. It's just fun. Come on, Mimic Head. Pretty sure it's determined when the loot pops. I was too slow. There. Holy shit. Yo, Fangua. Hopefully I said that right. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, dude. Holy crap, thank you. I don't want this guy to one-shot me when I open the door. Thank you. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs, man. I mean, we should probably just kill him. I kind of want to try Frida's Scythe on Dragon Slayer armor, though. You know what? Let's just go back. We have the elevator. Came from YouTube. You're my favorite streamer for years. Yo, thank you, man. It means a lot, dude.
Well, then hey. Farewell, Ashen Maid.
Alright, how many Titanite scales do we have? We have 9.
What?
Whoops.
Pretty like.
Alright, let's go do Osiris. We can do Osiris, and then we'll go to... we'll do Osiris, and then we'll go to the DLC. Yeah, if it's your first time on Twitch, make sure to download, like, the plugin or like extension for 7TV and ranker faces and better Twitch TV. Because otherwise it's just going to be a lot of weird spam. Oops, I should have used Spook there. I was reading chat anyways. Hey, Fruit Smack, thank you for the Prime sub. Surely this guy won't kill me, right? All the extensions are able to display all the emotes. Oh, really? I just download all of them, but yeah, that probably makes more sense just to use like one.
You ignorant slaves. Finally taken notice, have you? Of the power of my beloved Ocelot, child of dragons. Well, I will.
Why does he look so low quality? That's just Osiris, man. Be nice.
all that I
That's just what he looks like, alright?
Dear little Ocelot, where have you gone? Are you hiding from me? Come out. Come out. Don't be afraid. Child of dragons, what could you possibly fear? Now, show yourself.
Oh my god, I'm missing so many hits. Oh. I wanted to headshot him. I might be able to here. Oh, come on! How are these both misses, bro? Alright, we've got 10 Titanite skills. We're gonna get one more here. And then we'll kill the 2 lizards for 4. And then we'll be able to go to the DLC and fight Frida. You can aggro just one if you like are careful. Makes it a lot easier. Oh. Shocked he's not staggered yet. What? Okay. What about Gundyr? We're gonna go back for him later. I'm gonna go kill deacons. Just why not? As well. Yeah, the shadow set is, it's a good armor set. It's very lightweight. Sekiro's not on the list. There's no Scythe in Sekiro. So no. Here, you know what? I can. Let's show off the skip here. Kind of cool skip. Well, hopefully I don't fuck it up. I'll try it. Oh, first try. I think it's right here. Yeah, the game thinks that I'm stuck on a ladder right now, which basically makes it so I can clip through the ground. How do you know it worked? Because I can't use items. Well, except for my Estus. Because Estus can be used on ladders. I never realized that this thing was like bleeding me as I attacked. I mean, I know it's like literally on the screen all the time. I just not paying attention. Oh my god. I'm so glad I didn't die. Thank you. Oh, I did not. This is such a shitty place to die. Horrible. Hey, Bren, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, I could TP back to the ladder. I mean, there's no point. But...
Wait, you've the same scent as that woman. Then you must be an action one. You must be. Oh, you don't know how long I've searched.
Alright, take me away.
Thank you. They of ash never fail. Just a moment, then. The painting of Ariandel. Well, rotted scrap of it, that is. Go on. Take it. Touch it.
You know, it's funny how much the Dark Souls 3 main character just fucking touches everything. He's like, oh, I can touch it? Oh! Touched it. He just touches everything. Who's controlling them? See, yeah, but like, I mean, you're still forced into these interactions if you want to play the game. Shadow armor is good, but doesn't have that great a bleed resist. Damn you! That's fine. I was gonna quit out, but I should have spooked before I grabbed the bonfire. Alright. Whee. Thank you for the 10 months, Edge. And Bren, thank you for the 2 months. And Fongua, if you're still here, thank you again for the 50 gifted, dude. Can you use... No. Thought maybe you could use the Ember on the ladder. Herald armor actually has really good bleed resist. Use the skip on PS5. Yeah, you could use it on any platform. You just use Spook, and then I'm gonna teleport back. You just use Spook and put out when you hit the ground. Yeah, we can basically skip this entire DLC now, chat, and it's extremely easy to do. Like, this used to be one of the hardest DLCs to skip in, like, the entire game. Or maybe the entire series. But now it's super easy. Yeah, you do the ladder glitch. You run in. Oh wait, let me spook. There is like a really easy setup for this, but basically you just like run into this wall. When your character starts sliding to the left, you want to jump. It's kind of hard to like react to it. There's like a much better setup, but it's based on your like stamina bar. Makes it kind of complicated. Why does spook work if you're stuck on a ladder? Well, I think the animation of being on a ladder is what prevents you from casting spells. Like the way that they handle what you can and can't do on a ladder is weird. Just for some reason, if you do the glitch, the game like, you can't use items except for what you could use on a ladder, item-wise. But you can cast spells because you're not actually in the animation, I guess.
Ever seeking fire.
Alright, so now when we quit out, it'll take us back to the ladder. Game thought we were still on the ladder. I'm gonna go back and upgrade It's plus 10. I could do the skip to wolf later.
What?
Maybe. Doesn't save that much time though.
Pretty like that.
Well, where then hate. Let these souls withdraw. Farewell, Ashen One.
Do I have any souls to sell? Oh yeah.
Ashen.
Well, where then hate.
Alright, we're gonna get 27, and then... How much more? I mean, it has S scaling, so we should probably go past 40 decks. Yeah, they actually did a patch, like, late in DS3's life cycle, where they made it, they made the scaling better past, like, 40. They increased, like, the end... They increased, like, the high-end scaling of the of decks and, like, strength, I think. Yeah, I mean, in the speedrun, I think you get, like, 50 or 60 decks. Because the twin blades scale really well.
Canst thou not see the flame flickering once again? Soon will it surge. I can see it, feel it.
Fret not, Father. We have no need of thy flail. 'Tis only the flame quivering at misguided ash. Please avert thine eyes. I will snuff out these ashes for good.
Oh, how did I miss that? Ooh. Oh, I thought I was dead there. Have we even gotten a bleed proc on it yet? Damn it. We probably got one. Found a cool Wu Chang skip, but not sure if you're the first to find it. Yeah, there's like a chapter 1 skip in Wu Chang now, apparently. And I might look into like running Wu Chang maybe. It'd be fun for a little bit. I'm dead. That's...
Sweep all thought of us from thy mind, as thy God always have.
I saw Frida there and I just knew I was dead, man. I should probably... I mean, our stats are okay. If we went and killed Ancient Wyvern, though, we could have got the Ring of Steel protection, which probably would have been kind of nice. Wish I had a dagger, a throwing knife for her. Be close to staggering. No? No fucking way! You hit. Damn, dude, I'm getting hit so hard. I didn't think there was any way she was gonna hit me with that scythe, dude. I thought I was like, she hit me. She fucking tickled me with it, dude. Man, I'm taking so much damage. The fuck? I guess I probably should have I could have got Ritual Shield Talisman. Would have helped a little bit. Oh, okay. I didn't think I interrupted that. I don't know, dude. I was really trying to like respect Frida there, but. Finally going stealth. I'm so. Why are you not healing? Like. That didn't think that. I guess she's just not gonna heal. That's really weird. I thought she was like scripted to heal, but I guess not. Okay. Bit better that time. No Night Rain. I could put Night Rain in these marathons, but I just wish there was a way to... I don't know, it's such like a long game. Night Rain would take as long as like Dark Souls 2, if not longer. I mean, especially if I was to like fail on a boss. But I would do Night Rain if it was like quicker. So long. The Ring of Steel Protection +3 is so good. Like, this thing adds 14% damage reduction. Crazy. It looks like it's 14. 19 to 33. Oh, okay, Aziz. I see. Yeah, I guess it scales with, like, how much absorption you have. Makes sense. Where am I going? Hey, Hey, Aru, thank you for the 50 months. Thank you, dude. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the stats for... Oh, maybe I can. What are the stat requirements for free to Scythe? Anyone knows? I think you need like int. Yeah, that I kind of feel bad for the doggo. Hey Nico, thank you for the 9 months. Pontiff without parry. I mean, he's gonna die so fast either way. Can't imagine would be too bad. I'm just gonna try to do this with controller. It's honestly not that hard to do with controller if you know where you're like aiming. I'm gonna go, I'm gonna probably just do Wyvern first, and then we'll switch to Frida's Scythe. It doesn't matter what weapon we're using for Wyvern anyways. Last time I speedrun anything seriously, probably when like Elden Ring DLC came out. It's just a shame the DLC speedrun. I mean, I thought the bounty that I did was like fun, but the actual all remembrances category was kind of ass in my opinion. The problem with all remembrances in the Elden Ring DLC, like the official category on the boards, is that the most efficient strat is to like run around the entire DLC and pick up, you know, you run around the entire DLC, pick up all the fragments, and then you fight the bosses. So it's like you do the setup in the base game, and then you get to the DLC, and then you have like 30 or 40 minutes of setup there as well. I don't know. It kind of sucks. Is what it is. But... yeah, I mean, that's the whole reason I made, like, the speedrun bounty. I thought it was a fun... I thought it was a fun bounty. I'm really happy how it turned out. So many, like, crazy skips got discovered. Well, I don't want to die, so I'm gonna quit out. I'm excited to do Elden Ring again, though. Like, it's been a... I mean, obviously we were playing Reforged mod recently, but it's been a while since I've actually done the DLC. I mean, it's been like months since I've done the DLC. Hey, Microtab. Yeah, it's insane how many skips got found during that bounty. There was like 4 different Abyssal Wood skips. Is Elden Ring today possible? Probably not. I mean, dude, Elden Ring's gonna take like the whole fucking day. Oh. You know, that's weird. I thought I had the crash fix installed. Well, classic DS3. You know, years ago there was a guy who spliced a SL1 all bosses run. And the very first thing that I did was like check his recording, because if you play base DS3, you are guaranteed to crash once in the run. Like every run you will crash. Before we had the crash fix made anyways. But at the time this was not a thing. So anyways, yeah, there's a guy who like spliced an SL1 all bosses run, and there was a lot of like very obvious things to the splice, like the crash wasn't the only thing. But yeah, I remember people were like going crazy about it on Reddit. They're like, oh my god, you're so good, bro, how'd you do it? You know, blah blah blah. And I just check his VOD, I'm like, oh, he didn't crash. This guy's fucking cheating. All I needed to see. Boom! I love that strat so much. There was a day, chat, when we speedran this game and we didn't do that. We ran all the way up top and we would lose our runs to the chain snake piece of shit. Those were horrible times. Was that the Bing update? Yeah. Pain Snake weapon is one of the 2 weapons you want in this game. That would be cool if we could get their weapon. The good old days. It was the bad old days, man. I prefer these days. Oh, whoops.
Aha, that looks. Treat. Which is what? Pretty.
All right, 12 int, 11 faith.
Then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
Oh, it has A dex scaling. That's not bad. Has A and int.
Then take.
See? Oh, you actually get a decent amount from int.
Farewell, Ashen One.
I think I forgot to get an extra flask. I guess I'll get it. Magic damage though. Yeah, but I mean if I'm gonna use Frida's Scythe, it's still better to upgrade int, I think. It's kinda heavy though. Did I grab? I did. I'm gonna try to get the Mimic Helm. It's kind of overkill, but fuck it, why not? He just kicked me out. I can't use resin with this weapon as well. The Corvian Scythe is definitely the better, but alright, let's go kill Yorm. I guess we could buy Frida's armor as well after this. Everybody? Everybody just chill out. I'm having a great time right now. Oh, you fucking piece of shit. Okay, anyways. Come on, baby. $260 item discovery. Surely. You don't have to wait after punching them. What, like, while they're closing? Oh, okay, I see. Come on, baby. Yes! Let's fucking go. Give me the good attack, you bitch. Oh, that is tragic. There we go. He's one hit away from headshot stagger as well, I think. How many souls do we get from this? 87,000. Alright. Go do Gundyr. Yeah, there's an insane amount of soul boosting items in this game. It's, you know, it's funny because Mimic Head in this game is 50% more souls. Like 50%. And then in Dark Souls 2, I think it's 5%. Like, okay. I want to use like the weapon art here, but I don't even think I can. Might as well just do the cheese. Oh. Oops. It's not a cheese. I apologize for my wording, okay, dude? I already have Serpent Ring +3. Do I have Serpent Ring +4? No, I haven't found that one yet.
Well, very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One. Me. Well, I'll have to.
Alright, let's go do Pontiff and Eldritch. Yeah, it's... Whenever I do these types of runs, doing Frida right away is really nice, because then you can get the Silver Serpent +3. I don't know how many extra souls it is, but I think it's a fair bit. Oh yeah, I did forget Frida armor. I'm sorry, I forgot. Alright, I'll do it after Pontiff. Surely I won't forget again. The shield is 20%, the helm is 50, and I don't know, I guess plus 3 ring is 35%. Yeah, we're gonna do the burial blade for Bloodborne. Any scythes? So hard to actually. I thought I would. Fighting this guy without parrying kind of sucks. It's so hard to use weapon arts. Going for the all hits run. Come on, hit him. Oh, come on, man. Whatever. The weapon art on this is so, I feel like it's so bad. maybe it's good for PvP, but it does not feel great. We could have just killed him in like 2 hits if we just parried him probably, but thought I'd try. I guess we also could have had the old Leo ring. Rita costume. Okay, well, I'm already too far, Chad, but I'll do it at the I'll do it at the bonfire coming up. We'll style on you with parries if you do that. Yeah, that is probably true. It is so fucking slow. Yeah, Elden Ring, well, I don't know. Elden Ring weapon arts are kind of crazy. Some of them are just like, some of them are just absurd. Some of them are not great as well, though. Not everything is OP, but I think Blasphemous Blade might be the most like overpowered weapon art in the fucking game. Just from a casual playthrough perspective, because it completely negates the need for healing. They are fun to use, I agree. Didn't they nerf the healing? No, they actually buffed it and made it better. The weapon I'm pretty sure you used to only heal with the Blasphemous Blade when you killed people, but then they made it so the weapon art heals anytime you hit a target.
Ashen Mark.
The armor. There are no gloves. It's not.
Ashen Mark.
I mean, I feel like they put the Blasphemous Blade in almost specifically to like help people get through the game. Like there's I feel like they left some stuff super OP because they know it helps people beat the game and like finish it. It's still so strange that Bloodhound's Fang is buffable. Like... there's like some dude on the balance team who's just like knows it's gonna be the speedrun. It's like right at the start of the game, it's just buffable. It's like the only fucking buffable somber weapon. 90. Oh, that was close. Thought I would get that. They balanced... I'm not saying they balanced the game for speedrunners. I just more so mean that there's like one guy who's like looking out for speedrunners or something. I'm just... I mean, I'm just joking, but it's just funny how some things align. It's almost like too good to be true.
Prince Lothric is in your hands. Please save his soul.
Yeah, they have patched a lot of speedrun skips, for sure. Alright. I guess we can go kill Demon King. They go and patch the Somber 7 skip 9 times. It is weird FromSoft's priority with fixing stuff sometimes. Yeah, Lion's Claw is really good. There's a lot of weapon arts that do, like, kind of trivialize the game. Fuck, I remember I was watching Dan Giesling, like, try to fight Millennia. I swear, that dude was fighting Millennia for, like, 100 hours, and his strat was literally just, like, spam fucking Lion's Claw until eventually, like, the stars align. Oh, fuck. I thought I was fucked up. Holy shit, bro, what are you doing? How big is this AoE? Pretty big. I could have killed him before he did that. Going for the all hits speedrun. Alright, let's go do, what do we have left? We still, oh yeah, we still have Dragon Slayer armor. What's up, One Peg? Is there any weapon I haven't used before? I mean, this weapon I'm using right now, I don't think I ever farmed for this. A lot of, like, the RNG weapon drops in these games I haven't used. I mean, there's a fair bit that I have used, but if there's any weapons that I haven't used, a lot of the time it might be, like, the RNG ones. Oh, you know what? Free to Scythe will actually be good on this. Look at that damage. Wow. That's heavy. It's so hard to actually... This weapon art is so bad. Did we just frostbite? Come on, get him. Crazy how many souls we're getting with all these item boosters. Technically, we could have a little bit more soul boosting if we went for like the, it's called the Mendicant staff. You can like have the Shield of Want in one hand and then the staff in the other. Or if you're in New Game Plus, you could just have 2 Shields of Want. You can actually stack them, but... Dude, Vort's hammer is actually so good. I love using that thing. Yeah, the staff is like super rare. It's not worth going for it. Yeah, Vort's hammer just hits so hard. Goodbye. Drops from the enemies in the Grand Archives. Oh, I thought it drops from the enemies. I thought it was from the enemies in, like, Nameless King's area. Not a speedrun, bro. I don't want to get my ass blasted by those guys when I finish opening the door.
Another dogged contender.
Oh, thanks.
Welcome, unkindled one, purloiner of cinders. Mind you, the mantle of Lord interests me none. The fire-linking curse, the legacy of lords, let it all fade into nothing. You've done quite enough. Now have your rest.
I think that one of the strongest weapons in the entire game for PvE, though, is the Leto's hammer. Whatever that thing is called. Is it? I can't remember if it's actually called Leto's hammer or if it has a different name. But that thing is disgusting. Actually insane. God damn it. Got a frostbite. Oh my gosh. Like the longest fucking first phase ever. Yeah, we should probably put on the other side.
brother. I'm on my way. My brother. Unyielding sword of Lothric's prince. Rise if you would. For that is our curse.
Yeah, the Pontiff Great Scythe would have been cool, but I'm not trying to farm 2 scythes on this run. Oh, come on, man. All right. Oh my gosh, 570,000 souls. Let's level up a little bit, shall we?
Farewell, Ashen.
Honestly, we should get more endurance. I'm kind of just going all for damage. I guess some endurance is probably a good idea, though, because we really don't have much. Oh yeah, we still have to do Nameless. What do you think of Demon Souls in terms of challenge? I mean, Demon Souls is pretty easy now. Honestly, I think the areas are like the harder part to get through in Demon Souls. I think I had like one Bloodborne run where I forgot to kill Cleric Beast. And we like went back and killed him afterwards. Most of the time I'm pretty good about remembering all of them, but... Oh, come on. You know, I'm not sure if you can strafe that. I feel like you can, but it seems kind of sketchy. Dagger? That's not good. There's the stagger. I knew he was close. Ooh, the frostbite proc. Nice. That's nice. Oh. That's awkward. I thought I was far enough down. What a shame. Run. I wasn't sure if I could drop there or not. I was pretty sure. Kinda scared me though. There's a different skip you can do to get to the wolf, but it's not really... I don't really think it's any faster because you need... It saves time if you go, like, after you pull the lever, you can skip... You can, like, clip through this tower and then fight the wolf boss from here. Come on, big AoE! Didn't even one-shot them. I'm getting fucking destroyed right now, dude. Oh, nice. Alright, it's all good. Come on, frostbite. Give me a bleed. That works. Okay. Gonna get a stagger. not? How have you not? Dude, Scythes don't do like any poise damage at all. It's kind of rough.
Wells, where that hate. Let these stories be drawn from their essence, manifestations of disparity. Farewell, Ashen Maid. Wells, where that hate.
And my level ups are starting to get pretty expensive. Alright, we do have an Estus shard, but we don't really need to use it. I think it's just DLC 2 now. I think it's just DLC 2 and Cinder? Unless I'm forgetting something? Oh, my game fucking crashed again. Bro, are you serious? Oh, yeah, I did pick up the sword fragment. You're right. I forgot to equip it. Oops. It's not really not a big deal. Anyways. Freaking 2 crashes in a run. Oh hey, Den the Wolf, thank you for the 21 months. Denso, thank you for the 11. This thing has 45 frostbite. I love that skip. Probably should have not rolled into that, truthfully. Dude, the stack, like the Scythe does such bad stagger damage. I think that's like the roughest part about this weapon. You just like do not get staggers. Feels like just spamming charge R2 is the best DPS, honestly. So bad. Say goodnight, Demon Prince. You know, I wonder which boss drops the most souls out of everything. Probably Madeir. This was 243,000. Why did DS2 take that long? DS2 is a long game. I mean, the DS2 run wasn't even that bad. It's just like we're trying out multiple different scythes and we don't really have like a... I think the big thing is that I don't really have the run routed out completely. I mean, like, I know I'm using scythes and I know where to get them, but if I actually had the bosses on the splits and I had it routed out, that would definitely help a lot. Oh, I'm gonna die. I think you want to jump. I can't remember exactly where. Okay, it's fine. A little bit more right. Oh wait, I think we can... I don't know if I can do it with the scythe or not. Woohoo! Gosh, that's such a nice skip. Actually, let me rest. Yeah, that doesn't even... Resting doesn't even fix it. Okay. Let's go do Madeir now. Well, so the reason you can clip through stuff is because of a glitch that I'm doing with the ladder. See how I spawn back at the ladder now? So, I'm like oh, fuck, this guy's back. Run! Fuck. I might need to... check some... I might need to check. This is like a very specific lineup, so... Okay. We made it! Oh. Oh, there he is. Oh, damn. You know, it's a shame that we don't get to fight Midir in, like, Night Rain. It sucks that there's no DLC bosses from these games. Oh. Nice. That was pretty good, actually. Good fight. How many souls are we gonna get? I just want to see. 364,000. Jeez. Damn.
Welks, Verdente.
How many bosses left? Not many. We are almost done.
Farewell, Ashermate.
Yeah, it hasn't been too long of a DS3 run. Needing to upgrade two weapons does add a decent bit of extra time, because you gotta go out of your way. I had to collect all the Titanite scales. The deaths to Frida also lost us a bit of time. Honestly though, watching all the cutscenes adds up to quite a bit. I mean, hell, the fucking Frida cutscene is like 2 or 3 minutes long alone, I think. Oh. Damn. That was pretty good. I don't know what scythe to use for Elden Ring. I'm not sure. What do you guys think is the best? I mean, I'm probably gonna grab the scythe and like, I'm gonna grab the scythe and Limgrave. Yeah, Ansbach's scythe is... Isn't it at the end of the DLC? You can get it at the beginning. Can you?
The Red Hood is come to eat us, to eat our dark souls.
He said it. He said it. Not sure if I actually ate that. What's up, Mitch? Oh, that's not what I meant to do! I'm so sorry, chat. Bone back. It doesn't actually... Well, the thing is, the first cutscene only plays once. I'm pretty sure. It's okay, chat. We still have phase 2. That was one of the few times where that weapon art was actually useful. Oh, really? That's gonna hurt. Yeah, I like how we didn't stagger him a single time. Like, what is with the poise damage of this weapon? It's horrible.
Is this the blood? The blood of the dark soul. Okay, maybe I shouldn't face tank boss. Oh my god, whoops. What am I doing, dude? I need to be more patient. Follow up. I'm surprised he keeps doing that. I'm not used to him doing that follow-up so much.
fine. Oh, what a finisher. Alright guys, Soul of Cinder. Hey, Hypnotica, thank you for the 10 gifted, man.
Ashen,
Well, then hey.
Let these souls withdrawn from their vessels.
Farewell, Ashen.
So I'm curious, what is like the damage difference? So we have 413 Fizz. This one is... I mean, like, the Fizz on this isn't even that much higher. Truthfully. I feel like the Frida Scythe should just be better. Like, I mean, it is hitting pretty hard. We do have 40 int. So. I tried. I tried to get the skip. Alright, normally I just skip this cutscene, but I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Noble lords of Cinder. The fire fades. And the lords go without thrones. Surrender your fires to the true heir. Let her grant death to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of the first flame.
I'm back. All right. Hey, Dragon Hunter. Thank you for the 100 months. Thank you, man. Hold on, I want to see. That's crazy that they do like the same damage. Like, how bad is that? I don't understand how weapons work in this game exactly, but like, why? Like, the charge R2 on this does less damage than the other one. The magic damage is only during the Ash of War. Oh, okay, that makes sense. That makes more sense. Bro, what the fuck? Chill, man. He parried me. Oh. I don't know why I thought I could space the first part of that. Okay. Let's not die to fucking Soul of Cinder, please. Surprised he didn't do a follow-up there. Yeah. Silly me going for a charged R2. Come on, finish him. Woo! All right, time to get naked. All right, chat. We are going to let the young white branch decide the fate of the Firekeeper. If you don't know what I'm talking about, well, you'll understand shortly, maybe. Oh, she's lucky. All right, GG. You can either get turned into a rock or a gravestone. You know, I'm kind of curious though. Do you think it's like a
The first
50-50
flame quickly
chance
fades.
to get either the stalagmite or the grave?
Darkness will shortly settle.
I honestly don't know. It probably is, because there's only like two items in the pool. And I assume it's just weighed evenly, but who knows with FromSoft?
But one day, tiny flames will dance across the darkness. Like embers linked by Lord's Pass.
Yeah, you stay as the object in the cutscene. I'll have to ask like illusory wall or
Hearest
something.
thou my voice still?
Hey, Staincare, thank you for the 4 months, man. No, I haven't done the Ninja Gaiden sponsor yet. We'll probably do the sponsor after Demon Souls, and then we'll do Bloodborne and Elden Ring tomorrow. Maybe I'll do like Ninja Gaiden and then maybe a bit of Night Rain or something if I still want to keep streaming. Maybe like a horror game, I don't know. I'm not trying to like kill my sleep schedule. So. Yo, Calyptus, thank you for the 8 months. Alright. Demon Souls time. I mean, I'll do Sekiro sometimes. If I did a katana only marathon, I could do Sekiro. But yeah, I just kind of depends, I guess. Can I use the pre-order scythe? I don't have the pre-order scythe. The last time we did Demon Souls on emulator, there was like a lot of issues, and I think, I don't know, it was like really scuffed for some reason. I mean, I think Demon Souls Remake is still good. I think Blue Point could have put a little bit more care and effort into some sections in terms of maintaining like the original art direction of the game. But I still like the remake. Yeah, the fact that you can't delete characters is actually fucking obscene. Original art direction sucks. Did you work at Blue Point? It's a fucking remake. It's a fucking remake of the original. What do you mean? I mean, honestly, for me personally, I don't care that much about... I don't really care that much about the art direction stuff. Honestly, the only reason I really know about it is because I've watched some, like, videos. Some people who do care about that stuff. Early 5.1 is fine. We can get black charcoal pine resin. Yeah, basically Bathazid. It's true. I mean, I think people are harsh, but I do understand some people's, like... Blue Point definitely took a lot of creative liberties when it comes to, like, they just changed things that didn't really need to be changed. They just thought it looked better than the original. And that's fair. I mean, it's not like they weren't allowed to do that. I do kind of miss the original OST. It was definitely more charming. I do like this. I like the Storm King fight though in this game. All right. What do we need? The remake would be such a good speedrun if you could use melee. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Maybe there is still a way to dupe stuff that like isn't known about, that was in like OG Demon Souls and made it to the remake. I feel like not many people test stuff in this game. I mean, it's doubtful, I guess. Never know though. All right, we need 13 strength and 13 dex. Mm-hmm. Honestly, I might... I kind of want to just start Magician so I have Water Veil, honestly. Oh, the night actually starts with some half moon grass. That's kind of nice, actually. Mm. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Retrieve. I don't even know what I look like. You know the spot for the scythe? Can I make the timestamp a bit small? In my splits? I don't feel like it's covering that much of the screen, man. I could make them a bit tinier, but... I don't know why. I get one guide so much. I'm just putting it back. All right.
King Alant the Twelfth, by channeling the power of souls, brought unprecedented prosperity to his northern kingdom of Boletaria. That is, until the colorless deep fog swept across the land. Boletaria was cut off from the outside world, and those who dared penetrate the deep fog never returned. But Valifax of the Royal Twin
I don't know, if you guys all think this... If you guys all want me to make it smaller, I'll make it smaller.
The world of Boletaria's plight.
But sometimes I give in to one guy a little too quickly.
That the old King Alant had roused the Old One, the great beast below the Nexus, from its eternal slumber. And that a colorless fog had swept in, unleashing terrible demons. The demons hunt down men and claim their souls. Those who lose their souls lose also their minds. The mad attack the sane and chaos reigns. Valifax also spoke of the enticing power of the demon souls. Each time a demon claims a human soul, the demon's own soul is invigorated by the life force. And the power of a mature demon soul is beyond human imagination. The legend spread quickly. Mighty
We're watching a
warriors
cutscene,
lured
chat.
by possibilities
I will start the
brave
timer when we get
vision
in the game.
to breach the accursed land, but none have returned. Bjor of the Twin Fangs, Yurt the Silent Chief, Saint Urbane, Scurva the Wanderer, the sixth Saint Astraea with her knight Garl.
You would cheat in this category.
Sage Frake the Visionary. The colorless deep fog slowly creeps.
Oh yeah, I need to
beyond
change the game.
Boletaria's borders. Humankind faces a slow and steady extinction. The deep fog will eventually swallow all lands near and far. But Boletaria has one final hope. A lone warrior who has braved the baneful fog. Ah, has the land found its savior? Or have the demons found a new slave?
I guess I'll do it. I don't know, man. The tutorial's kind of pointless. Whatever, I'll do it.
Brave soul who fears not death. I shall guide you to the fissure. So that you may lull the old one back to slumber.
I mean, the only reason I'm really doing... Oh, you know what? Is there a way... Hold on. I have... Can I... Function menu? I have the DualSense, like, Pro controller, whatever, the Edge. I wanna put sprint on my back button. I don't know how to, though. It's definitely not in-game settings. There's no fucking there's no way, dude. Like, how do I just change what the fucking buttons do? Surely that's like something I can do, right? Oh. Well, wait, no, that's not what I want either. Or maybe it is. I don't fucking know. You can't die in the tutorial, it's fine. Oh, here we go. I don't think I did it right. Can I... Okay, wait. FN. FN plus circle? Oh, there we go. Why can't I just, like, change it in the fucking screen? Why do I have to press, like, the keybinds? The timer. Oh. Why is the timer not? Oh, there we go. All right. I pressed start. I started the timer before, but I guess for some reason it didn't work. I don't know. Hey, Tarzan, thank you for the 50 months. We start with 4 half moon grass. That's pretty nice. These enemies cannot kill you, by the way, chat. You're actually, you're immortal. I'll show you. Big damage. That's actually not bad. Look at that jiggle. Look at that butt jiggle. Oh. Scythe only? I don't have a scythe yet, alright, man? Listen, nobody starts with a scythe. Woohoo! I could have a scythe, but I didn't pre-order. I bought the fucking physical edition. Which, you know, maybe in retrospect, maybe the physical edition came with like a code for it in the box or something? I don't know, and maybe I just never redeemed it. I don't know how it worked. Or maybe it was deluxe edition only. Or the digital edition only, I mean. Because I got this game literally the day it came out.
Soul of the lost withdrawn from its vessel.
Oh, you're meant to die there, Chef.
Let strength be granted so the world might.
Did I play the OG one back in the day?
Soul of the lost.
Yeah, I mean, I used to
withdrawn
speedrun
from its vessel.
the old Demon Souls.
Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. This is the Nexus. It holds together the northern land of Boletaria.
Well, funny enough, the devs of this game actually patched in skips.
Thou canst not quit the Nexus, but the 5 Archstones will guide thee to the outer lands.
You can do meat skip in this game. And you can also teleport. Yeah, what Blank said. You can teleport around the game faster if you have PS Plus. You can drop me a scythe. Can you even summon people for phalanx though? I can't remember. Oh, really, Blanks? You don't get the summon stone until after phalanx, I see. I honestly can't remember. I did a fair bit of multiplayer before, but that was a while ago. That was like years ago at this point, so I don't really remember. Yeah, I did like a 6-minute speed run of this game online because I wanted to get #1 on the Pantheon. So I killed Phalanx and then summoned somebody. Actually, I don't know if it was 6 minutes. I think it was like 15 minutes or like 11 minutes. I can't remember. It was really fast though. No. Damn it. Can you still kick the Lord down the stairs to get his gear? Yeah, you can. I mean, it's not really worth it, in my opinion. Unless you really need souls early on. Why not switch to pro mode? Do I not have pro mode on? Yeah, I'm on a PS5 Pro. But cinematic is still 30 FPS, isn't it? Did they release a patch for this game? For the... Is that in like system settings or something? Or... I don't know if I need to turn like a setting on because I have the Pro. I don't really know what I'm doing. Unless, does cinematic actually run? No, this is, oh my god, it feels horrible. Oh. Oh, Jesus. Listen, sometimes you guys don't make it very clear. You know, if you just said like, oh, there's a third option, boom. I understand. Maybe somebody did. I don't know. Does not look like 60 FPS. No? I don't know, it feels... It's definitely not 30, I can say that much. But if it's bothering you guys, I'll turn it off. I think I need a two-hand. And bouncing off of them. Nice Scythe. I don't have a Scythe, okay? I didn't pre-order the game on digital, alright? I'm sorry. Somebody said they would drop me a weapon though, so we'll summon them and they can give us a Scythe to kill Leechmonger with at least.
Welcome back.
I got the physical edition, chat, because I didn't want to have to, like, download it the day the PS5 came out, because I was worried the servers might, like, have issues.
The monumental will explain the nexus to thee.
Reloading wasn't a thing back then. Well, no, the thing is, this game came out the same day that the it was on... This was a release title for the PS5.
In the distant past, under benevolent rule, the world was united owing to the soul
Okay,
path.
wrong. No, I'm right, bro. This game is only for the
Until
PS5.
A lust for power.
And listen,
caused
I've played the
awakening
original,
of the
alright,
old
dude?
one. Across the land seeped a colorless, deep fog, and the world faced extinction at the hands of the demons. Thanks be, we were able to lull the old one back.
Also,
to
was
its
this game
slumber.
even a launch title for the
Only
PS3?
after the loss of innumerable souls, and most of the world lost, erased by the fog. In order to
I'm
mend the
doubtful of
fabric
that
what
one.
lands still
I thought
remain,
Demon Souls was like late in the
we entrusted 6
PS3
leaders
life
with
cycle.
6 precious archstones. One to the king of a small yet industrious land. One to the king of the burrowers underground. One to the wise queen of the great ivory tower. One to the chieftain of lost and ill-fortuned souls.
I used to do speedruns
One to the shaman
of this game on my
the
fucking
tempest
20-year-old
worshipping shaman.
PS3.
And the last to the great giants of the northern lands. The archstones were placed in the fringelands that survived. We contained the old one here below the Nexus and prohibited the soul arts. Finally, we became monumentals, half-living sentinels of the fabric of reality. Alas, the other monumentals have perished, and only I remain.
My parents bought a PS3 like right when it came out, but we didn't even really use it for games. It was mainly just like a Blu-ray and DVD player. Can I survive that fall, you think? All for a flower. Well, 2 flowers. Alright, wait, do I have the summon? How do you get the item for summoning, chat? I can't fucking remember. Is it like an NPC? Or is it... Oh, it's from talking to the maiden. I think, right? Yeah. I think it's just... it's just these 2 items you need, right? And summon in this game. That's how I did like a 13-minute speedrun of this game, blanks. I just had somebody drop, like, max gear, and then I wrong warped and just fucking killed everything in like 2 seconds. It was pretty stupid, but I did it because I wanted to be #1 in the Pantheon, and people were already doing like cheated runs anyways, so can't see your loot behind the split. Yeah, it's, I don't know, I could move the splits down, I guess. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna go back to the Lord's Path, and I'll summon somebody. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, they reset the Pantheon, blanks, after they fixed the like wrong warp. Okay. Oh, my password is demons. Alright, I'm doing all of this just to get a scythe for 1 boss, but you know what? It's fine. Wait, I think I'm offline. Hold on. Well, our plan is to use... Oh, nice. Oh, that's a message. Never mind. Why only 1 boss? Well, we're gonna use the war scythe. Because the... Alright, sure, there's somebody with the scythe, right? Who can hook me up. Password demons. Somebody in chat said that they could drop it for me. It's the only reason I'm trying this. You should be able to drop your sign here. Come on, surely somebody's got a scythe, right? All right, I'll wait like I'll wait a few minutes. I'm not in any rush, to be honest, but stop the timer. It's fine, dude. It's the timer is basically pointless. It's just people like timers, so. Need the eyes? Do I need an item to be able to see the sign? Am I being dumb? I don't think you do. Ephemeral eyes. Well, but yeah, I mean, I'm human, chat. I have full HP. This is where I used to do it, blanks. I mean, there's messages here. Oh, wait. I could have sworn this is where I used to do it. Although, well, maybe it was... Oh, it's right here. Oh wait, no. Wait, can I not even fucking summon? Now I'm really confused. Wait, does it have to? How the fuck does summoning work in this goddamn game, dude? I could have sworn I used to do it here. I'm so confused. You have to be dead to be summoned in Demon Souls? Oh. It's been so long since I've done multiplayer in this game, I've basically forgotten everything. You can't be summoned alive. Okay, so I'm not tripping. I'm pretty sure people can put their sign down here then. Alright guys, I don't know if anybody actually has a scythe. I guess I got one guide. If there's a... I want to see the pre-order scythe, man. I never got it. You have the pre-order scythe, but you don't think you could drop it? Alright, you know what? Let's just move on. can buy the digital version of the game to get it. You actually can't. It was a pre-order bonus. So... yeah, you can't upgrade it. I guess you might not be able to drop it either. I don't know, because I never got it. We need 13 decks. Oh. I didn't know you could land here.
Won't you? Feel my little. Finished my little.
Oh no, not the... Just kill me, honestly, just fucking... I forgot about all the fucking brats, man. Fuck. I should have quit out. That was my bad. Alright. You know, I don't have that much health. This could end up going pretty poorly soon, chat. Wait, what is fat roll in this game? I can't even remember. Is it... Fucking hell, I don't know. I didn't even realize I had the Mailbreaker on either. Although Mailbreaker is probably better right now. I'm using resin. This is not good. What's up, Ain? No. Oh, everything is horrible! Okay. 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 Fuck it. Just go. Just go. Just go. I'm having a bad time, chat. Have I played this before? Shut the fuck up, dude. I wasn't expecting them to poke me so quickly. Big damage. This is why we get the black pine resin. It's really good. Flame sword equals scythe. Bro, I am going directly to the scythe. What more do you want? Actually, shit. Should I? I don't know what I'm doing here. Maybe I'll unlock the shortcut just for the hell of it. Where the hell is it that you land here? Well, not fucking there. I can't fucking see shit, dude. Oh. Wait, I'm actually so confused. I'm actually so confused. I feel so, dude, I don't know if I'm just getting old or what. Hold on, I need to... How the fuck do you normally do this? I feel like... I'm so confused right now. I'm sure they haven't patched this out. No, okay, I see what I'm doing wrong. I think you're just supposed to... Alright, the thing I did the first... The attempt I did the first time was correct. No, they haven't changed it. I got a little confused by the... Wait, is it just walking off? It is just walking off. Okay, there we go. Do not sprint, just walk. It's kind of unfortunate I don't have a... Okay, apparently... Oh! I was gonna say, it's somewhere on these islands. And, we got it. It's not a Scythe. It has Scythe in the fucking name! I don't want to hear it. I fucking hate everything right now, dude. I should have just picked up the fucking item. I should have waited for this idiot. Oh my god. Honestly, dude, I kind of want to just say fucking whatever, dude, and just lose those souls. I don't know if I want to do this. Getting those souls back is just... It's like not even worth it. Alright, we got our Scythe, chat. The War Scythe. Let's go, baby. What is that ugly ass shit? What the? Bruh. Okay, we need sharp stone.
You come back alive.
It's a fucking Scythe, chat. It has Scythe in the name. I'm fucking dead, bro. I need the sticky white. What the fuck is that? What is going on? Why can I not fucking pick it up? Bro! The body got like knocked under the fuck. What do you mean? The body was under the fucking the box. It's a Scythe, chat. It has Scythe in the name. Listen, alright? I didn't fucking pre-order the game. This is the Scythe that... This is the Scythe that we have to use, alright? Oh, gee. Please let me through. Is it the left side or the right side? Oh, God. Run straight. Left? I picked... Oh. Chat not actually trolling. Beautiful. $10K hours. Listen, there's a skip for this part, alright, man? Did we get the full heal? Did we die? Well, now we fucking... It bleeds? Yeah, that's great. That's great that it bleeds. Fuck me. Try not to run past all that enemy. This... Shut your fucking mouth. I should have just quit out when I was below. Oh. Okay. He's guarding my souls. Alright, well, fuck me then. Fuck all my souls and just fuck me too. Okay, focus. I forgot to kill the bad guy down there. I really don't want to go back down, though. I can just buy... I don't think we need to kill the bad guy, because we can just buy the Sharpstone shards. I don't know if they drop large. Hey, listen, I said earlier that the hardest part about Demon Souls is getting through the areas. And that fucking... And I was right. I am right. This is not going great though, chat. This has not been the best Demon Souls run, I will say. All right. I think I might just go kill Adjudicator at this point, honestly. I should... Dude, I really fucked myself over here, though. 1800, that's... I don't know why I even popped. You know what? I really fucked this one up, chat.
Into your souls. No entry, I can tell you.
Well, we don't have enough souls. All right, let's just. Like, I don't even have a. Everything is actually so painful. I should have grabbed. Oh, I should have grabbed the Ring of Binding. Oh. We just need to kill Adjudicator and we're in the clear, but getting the problem is running through this area without like I don't know. I'm just this is what's gonna happen. Alright, hold on. I need to get good at quitting out here. I could try to kill them. Not sure. Okay. We probably healed here. I don't want to be online though. So if you quit out as you die, you actually get sent back to full health in this. It's fine. It's fine. Luckily, quitting out is very fast in this game. Beating, you know what? I'm just using the game mechanics to my advantage, alright? Oh god, it's terrible. I don't want this guy. I don't want to deal with this guy. Alright, first try skip. Oh shit, actually though? Finally, something went well. Okay, dude. Is this the stone? Oh my god, where's the fucking resin, bro? It's at the bottom of the list. Fucking UI. That's good. Oh, that was actually kind of close to hitting me. Fuck! Okay, this positioning is not favorable. Do not like this. Turn over here, dummy. I'm like missing so many hits. Woohoo! Got him. All right. Back in business, chat. What's up, Buck? I don't know how many sharpstone shards we need. Well, 6 for +3. But you also need more sharpstone shards for later. Like the later upgrades. The upgrading mechanic in this game is absolutely fucked up. This is like the most convoluted upgrade system in any FromSoft game by like such a large margin.
I can forge weapons. You come back alive.
Okay, I'm just gonna level up a bit. I need some health.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether.
Hold on, I need to check. I think this is a dex scaling weapon, right? Because it's sharpstone. Yeah.
Then touch soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended.
This is not a spear. It's a scythe. It's the war scythe, even. The scythe used for war. The best kind of scythe. I mean, we kind of need to do... we kind of have to go through here to get more materials. Okay, there's a bad guy somewhere around here that we can kill. Isn't there a bad guy down here? No? Oh, here he is. Well, it's 4 sharpstone. I mean, I guess it saves us some money. Jesus. Okay, so... you know what? Why am I even going through this way? Well, I guess... Because I already activated the shortcut. I guess I was just thinking I could get the bag guys, but it's not. This is gonna be like the fucking slowest Demon Souls run I've ever done, dude. This is just. Yeah, there's another bad guy down there, but then I gotta go through the hallway again. Already is. Yeah. I kind of want to try to do the lava skip, but I don't think I have enough health. You can block the lava. It's a pretty cool little strat. But it's... I'm trying to think if there's any attacks that do a different type of damage. Because these guys are super weak to pierce. The backstabs seem good. Why do I need to kill him? Because he's in the fucking way. What do you mean? Where's my scythe? I'm fucking using it. I like how, you know, all of you guys... I mean... All of you guys are like, why aren't you doing Demon Souls in the marathon? And then I fucking do Demon Souls and all of you motherfuckers just won't shut up about the fucking scythe. You just can't win, man. You just can't win. Yeah, there's the room full of crystal lizards, but I'm only gonna be able to kill like one of them, realistically. Chad is never satisfied. Yeah, that's fair. All right. Oh, there's the large sharp. Nice. That's +4. So what, I think it was 1 shard, and then 4, and then 6. I think I need 11 total. Damn it. Is Wu Chang or Wukong better? Probably Wukong, but I mean, it depends what kind of game you want. Wukong is more of like an action game, whereas Wu Chang is more of a Souls-like. I really liked Wukong. I wish that the combat had a bit more depth to it. pretty good damage. It's okay. Oh! That was a bit risky, but I did not want to wait. Holy shit. And hardstone. Upgrading weapons in this game is an absolute fucking nightmare. That's why magic is so good, because you don't have to upgrade. Alright, and the lizards also drop random materials, right? So I got hardstone shards, which I can't use. So, fuck me, I guess.
Thou seekest the power, then touch.
I can forge weapons. You come back alive.
Like, we can't really do Flame Lurker, to be honest. We need more sticky white stuff. Oh, I actually don't know what the best course of action here is.
Then touch soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Art thou fit? May thy
I guess we'll just do Latria. I mean, we can kill Fool's Idol, it's just gonna be kind of slow. Please no. Oh, wait, I actually didn't... Oh, this does... Wow, the Scythe is really good against these guys. Oh, we should have gone female, though. There's a pair of there's like a bracelet that you can get, but it only... And it gives extra souls, but it's only for females. Whoops. No, I might just go through this area normally, because I kind of want to go to the vendor. I rolled. I rolled, man. What the hell? Oh. Excuse me? What? How the fuck did I backstab there? Oh yeah, there's a stone in here we can grab. And being able to two-shot these guys, it's making me very happy. Alright, I believe this lady here... Does she sell resin? Actually, I know she sells full moon grass. Does it? No. I'll get some grass, though. Yeah, I mean, we have some fire. We have 3 fire resin, though. We can use that. I would like some more charcoal pine, though. We can get some on the way to the Dirty Colossus. Yo, Orca, thank you for the 16 months. Did I like BF6? Yeah. Yeah, it was fun. Okay. Alright, you know what? I'm just gonna... I'm just gonna turn this thing off first. You know, they actually made rolling this much easier in the remake, which is kind of fair. Like, in the original, there's not really an audio cue for it before it fires, but they added one in the remake, which makes it much easier to kind of react to. In my opinion, anyways. In the original, it was... I definitely lost a lot of runs to this fucking thing. Will I be speedrunning the BF6 campaign? I don't know. I don't know if I would be that interested in it as a speedrun. It's a fun game just to mess around with, though. Yeah, in the original you kind of had to roll just based on like feeling, because the moment it fired, you were basically already hit. Like you couldn't. It was really hard to, like, you couldn't really react to it. What happens if you don't kill this guy? The boss comes back. I mean, 2 cycle, that's not bad. Okay. I mean, I would like to upgrade this a bit more, but... Oh, there's just so many lizards that we need to kill. And we have +4 at least. It's decent. Where the hell is she?
Then touch the demon inside me. Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn for its vessel. Art thou may thy strength.
Oh, there is a lizard on the left side here that we can kill. Will I be doing Bloodborne today? Probably not. I have a sponsored stream later today. If I didn't have the sponsor, I would probably do Bloodborne. Large hard stone shards. Oh, woohoo. Fuck yeah. Please. Okay. Well, we didn't get any large sharp stone, but... That's rough, man. What's the sponsor? We have a sponsor for the new Ninja Gaiden game, which I've heard a lot of people say is really good, so that should be cool. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? Please, dude. Why? Is it all fucking sharp stone? Oh. What do these guys even drop? Do they drop anything? Oh, stone. Dragonstone chunk. Yeah, it's random. The drops from the lizards are random, sadly. Have a good night, Desert Seagull. 1. Okay, we didn't alert any of the other ones. Dude, you've got to be kidding me! I wish I had, like, Firestorm or something. I'm not sure which way is the best to approach to be able to get multiple. Okay, I mean, you just You, like... I have 15 large hard shards. Oh, man. What is needed? I mean, if I want my weapon to do... I mean, I guess we could probably just beat the game with a +4 scythe, but... Can't see what the drops are. Yeah, I know. Dude, which one is the fucking bag guy? I don't even see the bag. Hello? Oh. Oh my god, we got one shard. Let's go, baby. This has been so unlucky, guys. Like, seriously, I don't... Also, it's guaranteed that you get a large from that guy. And I don't know if this is even, like, worth it. This is... It's just kind of rough. Oh, yes, we got 2. Woohoo! Oh, we got 4. Well, not that time. Come on, please. Well, you know, we didn't get any, but at least we got the 4. 22 large shards and 5 sharp. Or 22 hard, 5 sharp. Total. Like, that's fucking ridiculous. I don't think we're gonna be using that one. How many do you need? 11. Well, actually, technically you need more than 11 because you need to... I don't know how... You need way too many upgrade materials in this game. It's actually fucking stupid. I am not farming Bladestone. Also, I don't need Bladestone anyways. Bender and Tutu sells them. Is he really? Oh, this is painful. Listen, that regular mob is dangerous, man. Alright?
I've got plenty of wheat. Oh, my thanks. Bless your souls.
That's it. Oh, I wish I had more soul. Oh, there's a lizard here. Come on, give me 2, please. Please give me 2, lizard. I beg of you. No, you... What's the drop rate? Well, the problem is it's like a 50-50 between you either get hardstone or you get sharpstone when you kill a lizard. And unfortunately, every fucking time I keep getting hardstone instead of the one I need. Loving this first playthrough. Thanks, man. Alright, dude, fuck this. I'm getting out of here. Oh, that was actually enough.
I can forge weapons.
Oh, whatever, it's fine. We're gonna need more anyways. Oh, actually, no, we do have enough for +6. Okay, nice. Oh, and we even have enough for +7. Oh, wait, no, we don't. Never mind, I'm fucking blind. Yeah, sorry the splits are kind of like covering a lot of the UI in this game. It's kind of annoying.
You come back alive.
Okay, well, +6. That's good. Actually, okay. Sorry, I changed my mind. I'm gonna go kill Dirty Colossus. And if I kill Dirty Colossus, then we can get a bunch of black pine resin, which will make this a lot faster. You play the game. What do you think I'm doing? God, it is so dark. Can I not increase surely there's a brightness setting somewhere, isn't there? Oh shit. Wait a sec. There is a pile of 5 black pine resin here that I want to get. I think it's this item, right? Or 6 even. You remember my dirty PvP here? Yeah, that was pretty fucked up. So for those who don't know, the devs of the remake decided it would be a good idea to add a new ring to the game, which makes it so you can run in the fucking swamp. Except it can be used in PvP. So like, you can invade somebody who's going through this area for the first time, and they will never have that ring. Because you can only get the ring in, I think, like, New Game Plus, or in like, the Fractured mode, or I don't know. It's like, obscure as fuck, so nobody's ever gonna get that ring normally. So, yeah, you can invade somebody doing their first playthrough here, and you can just absolutely bully the shit out of them, because they can't roll in the swamp or do anything.
Finished already? I only want my dear boy to be happy.
Yeah, I did invasions with that ring for like an hour or two, and it was funny, but it also felt like actually kind of evil. Honestly, the damage isn't too bad. Yeah, I mean, look at how much damage the resin adds. It's like 80 damage. Even more, 90 maybe. Alright. Yeah, I gotta say, dude, I feel like my game is just way too dark. A little bit better. Wait. What? Why the fuck are you here? Excuse me?
Nice stuff.
Then touch soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel. Let strength be granted, so the world art thou.
Wait, I'm actually confused. Why is Patches here? He's not supposed to be here unless I'm just, unless I don't know how this game works. I don't think he's supposed to be here. You clearly don't. Yeah, I guess not.
Well. Nice stuff.
I haven't talked to him anywhere. Dude, I'm so confused by that. I really don't know. All right, guys, are you ready for meat skip? Oh, first try. Let's fucking go. Oh, wait. Yeah, that skip only works on 30 FPS. So funny enough, okay. So little bit of history chat with Demon's Souls Remake. When this game came out, there was another way to do the skip, which was actually slower, but that's irrelevant. Anyways, there was a way to do this skip. You could walk along the edges, like this building is a giant circle, right? And you could walk all the way along the side, like the edges of the circle, and then you could come over this way and just get up. Like you basically went all the way around. But then they fixed that. And then we found out you could do it anyways just by switching to 30 FPS and entering the collision there. But it's so funny. I've speedrun so many different games, and so, like There's been it's happened so many times where, you know, a dev tries to fix a skip and then you just find another way of doing it. It's just so funny. It's like, what's the point, man? There was a second patched way. Yeah, there was even... Well, I think they patched... You used to be able... The skip that I just did, you used to be able to do on the 60 FPS mode. But then they made it so it didn't work on 60 FPS. Right? I think it was a byproduct of the way they changed, like, level loading. Also, this weapon... Oh no, don't fall. This weapon's pretty good, chat. Come on down, bozo. Wait, that's actually good. That's not. Good old original man-eaters. Oh, please tell me he didn't fucking break. I think I might have broken the boss, chat. Oh, no, he's okay. He's okay. Where the fuck are you going? Get down here. Oh no, no, no. That's fine. They really like the charge attack, chat, if you couldn't tell. Hey, we're in pure white. We get a damage boost if we're in pure white. I need RTSR, dude. Oh, that was so sick, dude. We animation canceled the stun by walking up on that ledge. Totally intentional. You could probably just go do old hero now. A real Scythe. I mean, the funny thing is, the pre-order bonus weapon has the model of a Scythe, but it's still the same exact moveset. There is a skip you can do to get down to the boss from that room, but if you mess it up, your character gets permanently stuck. Like, it soft lock. It's not a soft lock, it's a hard lock. Like, you get completely and utterly fucked if you miss it. Like, your save file gets bricked completely. For some reason, there's like a weird glitch in this game where in some cases you'll, after you load back in from a quit out, your character will be, like, your camera's just stuck in like a fucking wall or in the ground and you just can't move. You can't do anything. Yeah, I mean, well, it's not really gonna happen to anybody casually. It's like you need the cat ring to do the skip, and you need to quit out as you hit the ground. Oh, jeez. Relax, buddy. I'm just killing you. What scythe am I using? I'm using the Storm Ruler scythe. Hey, Stafford. I'm doing good. The thing is, the pre-order scythe, the pre-order weapon that you can get, it can't be upgraded. For some reason, they made it so you can't upgrade any of like the fucking any of those weapons, which is so weird because I mean, it just makes them useless unless you use it on like phalanx. I don't believe these guys can drop shards. I think this is like... I think these guys drop Moonlight Stone, maybe? I'm gonna kill it anyways. But... Oh, Moon Shade Stone. Ah, yes, of course. Item will... Am I really that? Oh, it's because of all the... double. Another double. Nice. That was really good. If I didn't get hit down, I probably would have. You can two-cycle it with the Storm Ruler. I'm not sure if... I think having, like, the stamina recovery item makes it a little easier. Nice. Alright, we've got crazy amount of souls. Alright, let's level up a little bit. No, don't. Oh. I thought I was fucking using them. I don't want to send this.
I'm sorry, but I would be happy to wait. Rest assured. Best of luck.
All right, we got 280,000 souls.
Soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its
Nice.
vessel. Let strength be granted so the world might be mended. So the world might be mended. Art thou made thy...
No, I'm not doing permadeath. Alright, let's go kill... We've got 2 sticky white slime. Light Sheet and Gehrman's Scythe. No, there's a way to get Gehrman's Scythe, using the Chalice dungeons. You need PS Plus, though. Or you need online, I guess I should say. Yeah, the scaling of this weapon is terrible. Chalice one you only get if you own the original one. You might be right. Oh wait, I'm fucking dead? Oh, that's... Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know. I have no idea why I went over here. That was really stupid. My bad. My bad. We have a sponsored stream for Ninja Gaiden that we're doing after this. White stuff ran out. Oh, not yet. Still have the slime on. It just ran out. Perfect. Yeah, it was a good fight. Honestly, with this thing even being at only +6, it's still pretty good. Fucking double punched me. I kind of want to use a stone, but I kind of need to, actually. I hate this fight. The funny thing is, I used to know how to do this fight properly, but then Blue Point actually changed the AI of this boss, so like the strat we used to do previously doesn't work anymore. I think I just gotta wait for him to turn the other way. There we go. What's up, CB? I think this lizard drops a stone to clear your weapon status. Or actually, I don't even know what that does. There's so many different upgrade paths in Demon Souls, and I don't think I've ever even upgraded. Well, I've done all achievement runs, so I guess at some point I've upgraded every type, but clear is quality. Yeah, I can't even remember. I couldn't tell you. I don't know. There's a ring there. Yeah, it's a ring that boosts your damage for weapons that have sweet spot attacks. I don't think this weapon has sweet spots, though.
Thou seek the touch, soul of the mind, key to life's ether. Soul of the lost, withdrawn from its vessel.
Okay, we've got a few more chances at lizards now. So the way the lizards work in this, in case anybody was wondering, is that every time you kill a boss, you get an extra lizard spawn. So if you kill all the bosses here, you get 3 extra lizards. Hardstone shards. Woo! Oh, we got 2? Can these guys even drop chunks, I wonder? You need darker world tendency for chunk drops. Oh, really? Okay, well, I'm just gonna go... I'm gonna go back to the merchant and buy all the large sharpstone. Honestly, this is kind of pointless. Like, I think our weapon does enough damage where we really don't need to upgrade it anymore. Like, yeah, we could get it to plus 10, but it's not worth the effort, truthfully. Wait a second. This is... actually, wait, this is fine. Oh, the club is here. Well, we got a plus 7. We need 2 chunks and 6 guards if we want to get higher, but this is more than enough, honestly. Let's go finish World 5. And then I think we just have... After this, it's just the final... Just World 1, I think, right? Demon Souls is short. It's just... Well, this run has been kind of catastrophic. And this weapon is also not great. And we've been trying to farm upgrade materials. If I was doing a magic run, this would be over in like an hour.
Go forth, Galvin. May you be unharmed.
Magic is really good in the original and the remake. Melee is actually the fastest speedrun route in this game, in the original, but that's because you can dupe upgrade materials. Unfortunately, in the remake, there's no way to dupe upgrade materials, so... Yeah, that sucks.
May you rot in the deepest depths of the swamp.
Please, leave quietly.
Why must you pests insist on intruding upon our haven? You abandoned us long ago. What right do you have? We live humble lives. Leave us.
Honestly, they should have kept... They should have kept the fucking dupe glitch with how, like, bullshit the upgrade system is in this game.
I failed you.
Kind of a shame, because I would be way more interested in speedrunning this game if it wasn't magic. I mean, I did speedrun this for a while, but it's just... I don't know, the magic is so, like... so ridiculous.
You killed him, didn't you? Very well. I can no longer resist you. Do as you like. Take your precious demon soul.
What's this item? I'm gonna run back to the merchant here so I can buy some more black pine resin. What's my opinion on Wu Chang? I thought it was alright. I think it's... I mean, I think it was good. Like, good enough to be worth playing anyways. It was a little too easy. I mean, I think there were some challenging fights. It was a bit on the easier side, though. I also think that kind of depends what weapon you were using, though. So we killed Old Monk, we killed Dragon God, we killed Storm King, and Estrella. Alright. Yeah, it is fun to use magic. I mean, I'm not saying it shouldn't... Magic shouldn't be OP. I always thought it was cool that... Like, for years, magic was the best route in Demon Souls. In the original, mind you. And then... a new, like, people... I think it was Sanso, like, routed the game with melee, and melee ended up being faster. Which, in my opinion, made the run, like, quite a bit more interesting. Yeah, sadly, melee is just not viable in the remake for speedrunning. Sansa was actually playing Wu Chang, like, a week ago or something, I think I saw. You can roll this fire breath, it's kind of difficult though. Luckily we have a lot of healing, we can just tank everything. Such a big AoE. All hits percent. I don't know how he hasn't. How have you not gone down yet, my man? Hate how they changed the music, yeah. I still can't believe that they put a giant invisible box around the penetrator armor. So for those who don't know, they added a secret, you know, and I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys the door. For a lot of you know, but some of you probably don't. Oh, I actually can't show you the door. Without having that already opened. Well, anyways, there's a door that they added in the remake, and the only way to open the door is to collect, what the fuck was it, like 26 coins that they added in the fractured mode of the game. Fractured mode is basically I think after you've beaten the game once, you can go through the game again. And you can make it basically flips the world. Or like flips the perspective, I guess, however you want to say it. And so they added coins that you could only get in that specific mode of the game. The mirror mode, yeah, that's what it was called, I think, right? Yeah, it mirrors it, yeah. Anyways, they added a mode that mirrors the game, and you can only get the coins in that mode. In specific, I think some of them were even tied to specific world tendencies. I don't know. It was like so fucking obscure. It was a really cool Easter egg, though. Yeah, it's all for an armor set. We were actually the first person in the world to open the door. That was, it was so much fun trying to, like, figure that out with the community. Well, I did it on my stream, so you know what? You guys were there too. Well, some of you. You know, I can show you guys something, though. There is a cat hidden on this tree. This is the cat from the original Demon Souls. So when you used to put the cat ring on, you would get this icon of this cat. They changed the icon in the remake, though. But they did put the cat, at least, back in the game in some capacity. Unfortunately, we are out of bounds now, so we have to teleport back. We're not actually supposed to be out here. I can't believe they put the box around the penetrator armor. Yeah, well, so anyways, you needed to collect those 26 coins to get the armor set, and the location where the armor set is, they put a giant invisible wall around the location. Now, when the game came out, I found a glitch that let me actually get to that area. And so I thought I was gonna cheese it and just figure out. I thought I would be able to just skip actually opening the door and just like out of bounds my way to the spot, but they put a giant invisible wall around it, which honestly I'm glad they did, because I would have felt really bad if I did that, and I don't know if it would have been the best look. So it's probably for the best that they did that. The only thing behind the door is the armor. I mean, what do you want? They're like, what do you want? Fucking Dark Souls 4 behind the door? Like, I mean, realistically, like, what could they have... Like, what? I mean, maybe like a cool weapon would have been nice. A sacrificial twig. Oh, God. The tracking on that's pretty good. RTSR. I don't actually want RTSR. I think we have pure white now, though. So that icon that appears when I like load into the world is called it shows your tendency. This game has a mechanic called world tendency. I'm sure a lot of you guys know about it, but a lot of you might not know, but if you're in pure white, you get 20, I believe 20% extra damage. Although I can't remember, you might need to be half. This game's fucking mechanics. You get 20% extra damage. I'm not sure if you need to be human though, or in soul form. Banger mechanics should have made a comeback. Honestly, I almost feel like World Tendency could have worked as in like Night Rain in some capacity. I might be dead. Oh, that's not good. Like, go get the souls, stupid. Does it not work on him? No, it does. Oh, that's so weird. I guess they need to be in range of it, like, when you throw it. Like, it doesn't continuously... Like, the moment it impacts, if they're not in range, I guess it doesn't work. It doesn't, like, pulse multiple times. You, like, they have to be close enough when it hits the ground. I prefer this version of Demon Souls. Yeah, I mean, I think I like the remake. I mean, I like the remake just because it feels nicer to play. You can play on emulator, but on 60 FPS emulator, the physics are kind of busted, and you also have to go through Latria on the OG. In the remake, you can actually skip so much of Latria. It's kind of absurd. I do prefer the music from the original, though. They really should have given players the option to turn on the original soundtrack. Like, in Resident Evil 2 Remake, you can just switch the OST at any point. Wow, that did no damage. I'm kind of surprised. Scared me a little bit. Dude, bleed in this game is terrible. It's doing like 3 damage per second. Boss is so easy. You know, it's funny you say that because in my first playthrough of Demon Souls, I died to this guy so many times.
How did you defeat my demonic
Although, the problem is I was trying to like clear the whole area, and then I ended up in pure black world tendency, and he was fucking killing me in like one combo.
The rest is up to the old one. If it is to be, then you shall be beckoned.
I mean, Alant is like super buggy. It's so easy to get hit by him because he can like animation cancel into attacks instantly.
I hear a voice of yore.
Do we go down? You know, I find it kind of dumb that you can't. I mean, it's because it's scripted, but You gotta go through the cutscene. You can't go in yourself, you know?
Hark, I hear a voice of yore. The old one calls for thee. Let us proceed below to its lair.
Well, so funny enough, there's a glitch you can do to get out of bounds in the Nexus, and you can actually fall down, and you can see the area. Like you know how I was telling you your game can get glitched and your camera gets like stuck? The same thing happens when you do that out of bounds. You can like fall. You can basically start the game, go out of bounds in the Nexus, and fall into this area. But you get like caught mid-air when the area loads, and you just get like stuck. So, like hypothetically, there could be a way to beat this game in like 5 minutes. If you could actually out of bounds and make it all the way down to this area, it'd be like a 10-minute run.
Old one, I have granted thy wish. A new demon. Come now, be good.
Hey, lovable rogue. Thank you for the 3 months, buddy. I mean, this area is actually below the Nexus, but it does teleport you. It's not like your character actually falls all the way through the hole or anything.
Let us proceed below to its lair. Let us proceed below to its lair.
Aren't we already down in the lair?
You have been chosen by the Old One. Will you seek the everlasting demon souls? Or has the monumental blinded you? Whatever your choice, you are our first visitor. May you be welcome here. Surely you have seen for yourself the pain and suffering that fills this world. But God is merciful, and so created the Old One, poison to the poison.
Come on, hit me.
The Old One will feed upon our souls and put an end to this tragedy. You fool! Don't you understand? No one wishes to go on.
You know, it's when you move forward. That's so weird. Your head like pivots backwards. Like pivots. The head like, you see it? Weird.
Thy work is done. Slayer of demons, go back above. The Nexus shall imprison thee no longer. I shall lull the old one back to slumber.
Firekeeper got to live. Yeah, there's no way to like... My character is thinking. What is he looking at? Oh, you want to go that way? Why did he look that way? I think he wants to go this way, guys.
My thanks. At last, the end is in sight.
I'm not feeling like murdering today, chat. Alright, GG. Oh. You pushed her down the well. It's fine. We need to go there anyways.
One, along with the maiden, was swept back into the lulling fog. Boletaria was spared from the demons, but also lost its knowledge of the soul arts. The souls lost during the pandemonium were never retrieved. And today, the unstable world has another monumental to hold its fabric together. A brave new hero of unprecedented power.
That's awkward. I just realized... Okay, wait. Surely mind is just... They gave me fucking Grand Pooh Bear's link. Okay, I think distortion 2 also works. All right. Okay. No, you didn't miss the sponsors. So we just finished Demon Souls. So yeah, chat, we're going to be switching over to Ninja Gaiden Ragebound now. We will do Bloodborne tomorrow. It's going to be way too long of a stream if I do Bloodborne today. Or, I mean, I could do it. I don't know. I would rather just not push myself too hard. Yeah, tomorrow we will start bright and early with Bloodborne. Hopefully we can do... I mean, if... Tomorrow might be a pretty long stream if we're... Elden Ring is genuinely gonna take fucking forever. Like... I don't know. Elden Ring is just so long, especially with the DLC now. Yeah, it'll be probably a pretty long stream tomorrow. Yeah, the plan for today, chat, is we're gonna do some Ragebound, and then maybe we'll do some like Night Rain later. I don't know about that though. Well, undecided about the Night Rain, but let's see. We actually have the sponsor for YouTube as well this time, though. So, just setting everything up here for on the YouTube side of things. A lot of people in chat seem to really like Ragebound, from what people have said. A lot of people like Scythes. Yeah, I think so. Okay. I think I've got everything set up here. Let me boot up the game. All right, I assume I probably want to play this game on controller. Oh yeah, let me Am I going to console command yourself the burial blade? No. We're gonna go into the false depth chalice. Hacked chalice dungeons, or I don't really know how to describe them, but there's chalice dungeons that you can enter to get specific weapons right at the beginning of the game.